I see you've got Playground open on Google AI Studio. Is there something specific you're working on? The Caldari state has granted the Concord Assembly administrative oversight of the system of JITA. The handover was facilitated by Evermore's Alexander Ducasse, who hopes to help bolster the system's status as the beating heart of New Eden's economy. Concord's new oversight of JITA is the result of weeks of negotiation between the Caldari state, Concord, business leaders, and Ducasse acting as a representative of JITA's non-Caldari residents. Under the agreement, the legendary station, JITA 44, will remain under control of the Caldari Navy, but with a plan to review status over the next 6 months. This review includes a buyout clause should all parties agree. The Caldari State's Chief Executive Panel, CEP, ratified the agreement with a 6-2 majority, with only the CEOs of Sukuvesta and Kalalaki Kota voting against the motion. Ishkune CEO, Menz Rapola, has been the biggest proponent of the deal. He stated that although JITA has long been a source of pride for the state, our current relationship with the system with no longer benefits either party. Handing administration over to Concord is an open door to free trade that will benefit the Caldari more than a failing grip over the system ever could. Prior to the announcement, there had already been reports of Navy manufacturing operations relocating from JITA to Perimeter and Kaputanen. CEP Chairman Akimaka Saraki has been keen to assure citizens that these adjustments will only improve Caldari military might, and that even with this new Concord oversight, the security of the system remains as strong as ever. Alexander Ducasse will act as a secondary party in managing the transition, having represented these negotiations to the best of his ability, while managing all control of trade that will be handled by Concord. Ducasse's support will include handling day-to-day matters of security and customs enforcement within the system. Valor Sec Ops, a controversial security firm that joined Evermore in YC-124, has accepted the request to act as JITA's private security force. In addition to matters of physical security, Evermore has also offered the expertise of its financial systems. Internal auditors will ensure the resolution of JITA's financial systems. IRS issued a system-wide announcement with an encouragement for other parties to depart from current practices. We will put an end to this financial incursion. New trade embassies established in JITA. As a part of Concord's new involvement, new trade embassies have been established to represent the business interest of Concord's other members. The head of Concord's Secure Commerce Commission, Eminatrak, has championed this move as an embassy of economic diplomacy in a time of great turmoil. While military clashes rage, the trade remains the last functioning conduit of diplomacy between nations. House Tashmerkan has negotiated a position as the representatives of the Amar Empire in this endeavor. Empress Katizai endorsed this move as a path towards new prosperity. Her own words on the Lord Tun Tashmerkan has called the dawn of a new age for imperial presence. The Sebiester tribe was invited by Ducasse to represent Minmatar Republic interests within the system. Their tribal chief, Akasama Keeler, welcomed the invitation as an opportunity to bring new life into the system. No representatives of the Galente Federation were present during the negotiations, as diplomatic channels have been closed due to the ongoing warpath between the two factions. Evermore has maintained that they desire to secure non-Caldari interests within JITA. A trusted pay partner of the Caldari state, even in times of open conflict, Quaif has expressed enthusiasm for the changes JITA will offer.
drive active. Warp drive active. Warp drive active. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Request accepted. drive active.
So recently, I've made a change in content. I've gone from uploading Rust gameplay with stories to now deep diving off the springboard into the great narrative style of videos about interesting people and things that have happened over the years. And today, we're jumping into the deep end. The waters are dark out here and full of big names for this topic. Big, scary names. We're jumping in our time machines today and revisiting the most divisive event in Rust history. An event that split a community in twain and caused social media to go into a blood frenzy over all the delicious, the delectable, tasty drama. Yum. I am, of course, talking about the OTV event. Okay, let me set the scene real quick. Here's Rust, just chilling, plodding along, doing what Rust does. We've got the content creators, the devs, and the community, all over here existing as we always have. A finely tuned ecosystem that could even be argued was getting kind of stale at that point. Then someone would come along who would shake the shit out of that ecosystem with one simple request. Enter Babbo Abe. Abe comes strolling along and sees the developers. He goes, I want to host an event on your game. The devs go, ka-ching, and the rest is history. What we saw come out of this event were call-outs, fallouts, freakouts, and blowouts.
Fucking hell.
We saw cancellations, allegations, accusations, and condemnations.
Monty! What the fuck?
Then we saw divisions, collisions, derisions, and decisions.
I'm sorry, Miko.
That's my Dr. Seuss moment.
Okay, let's go.
What was the first big drama in OTV Rust? Well, it all starts with a little team called Team Rocket, which was a team led by a couple of more aggressive players than the rest of the OTV participants, XQC and Greek God X, Count Juicula and Grigor. I don't know, that's kind of the vibe of the dynamic I got from them. Anyway, you've got XQC and Greek, but you've also got Buddha, Mendo, Hey Lauren, Munefair, Blastoise, and my boy Train, according to this Offline TV and Friends wiki. Also, take note of where it says both servers, because this was perhaps the biggest drama in the whole event, but more on that later. The funny thing about Team Rocket was the fact that they had this event on lockdown. You know those old westerns when the villain enters the town and everyone goes silent and quickly scatters to hide in their buildings? And the window shutters on all the top levels are all being slammed shut? This was literally that.
Who goes there?
Look at him. That's happiness. He's got poor old Paddy Maz, one of the Rust devs at the time, cornered in his house. Meanwhile, we've got the GOAT, Asmongold, over here, having his own encounter with Alistair, another Rust developer on the server.
Hey. Who's this? What? Okay, alright. So, do you have any food?
Like, so I wake up, I usually have breakfast and I eat beef jerky, and then during my stream, I usually eat more beef jerky, and then after my stream, I eat candy and then beef jerky. And then after that, I have Chipotle, and then after that, I have ice cream.
What do you have to offer? Okay. So I have wood and I have sulfur ore. I'll take the sulfur.
Okay. Is that enough?
Thanks.
Yo, food this game, man! Like, what the
During these OTV events, there was a lot of attention drawn to the fact that Team Rocket might have been operating under the law of rules for thee but not for me, where you could see them killing indiscriminately when the mood hit.
Ow.
Kill him. Carl, kill him. No! Any last words? No! Nah, you don't have any words. Fuck you.
Now, who could forget this classic moment when he ices 3 streamers mid-conversation? But it wasn't just the viewers who were calling this out. Here we have the streamer Shroud, who tuned in briefly to see what all the fuss was about.
So I tune in for 1 second into the Rust server, and I immediately see XQC's crew just killing just random people. Oh my god, if I was a server admin, I'd kick all of them like that. Like that. It's making me low-key mad. Low-key. Luckily, a wipe is happening soon, so that's good.
That wipe he's talking about is where the role players and the PvPers are separated onto different servers. The role players were heading to a server called the Divide, and the PvPers were heading to a server called the Badlands, which is where everything really kicks off. But that's coming up soon. Now, Shroud wasn't done with his rant just yet.
I don't know. I feel that such an. I feel so bad for the people that are in the head seat of the server, because I know they don't want to kick anybody, but man, trying to be considerate is just not in their vocabulary, I guess. They don't even know what considerate means. It sucks. I feel bad for all the people playing right now. That's part of the reason why I'm not playing. That shit was not fun yesterday, and it only seems to be getting worse. The first thing I see is, I don't know who it was, 2 people kill Sid and then Ash, and then I just see everybody in chat saying, wow, you guys are assholes, you guys are dicks. And I'm sitting there thinking, how the hell
You're still clacking that thing, don't you?
are they still in the server?
Now, Shroud wasn't the only one with some ruffled feathers over XQC being a bit of a loose cannon on the server. Andy Milanakis unleashed on XQC after X went on a bit of a murder spree.
You killed Greek!
Toxic loser.
You killed Greek!
Yeah, but you just killed fucking naked. You don't even talk.
Can I get a
You killed Greek! He's on my team!
I understand, bro, but you're just a fucking toxic idiot constantly. Can you actually care about people for once instead of being fucking 10-year-old? God damn, you're a fucking loser. Swear to God, man. Eat it up, LSF. You golden boy's a loser. I don't give a fuck how many viewers you have. You're a
Third
toxic
golden
loser. You
boy?
care about no one but
Dude, are you kidding me?
yourself.
The funniest thing during that whole clip was XQC constantly checking and rechecking the bodies for loot. Dude really is one of those Rust players.
You really are one of those Rust players, aren't you?
Meanwhile, we've got Asmongold trying to learn how to fly a heli.
Asmon, do you know how to fly? Asmon, Asmon, Asmon! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
What the?
Now, this might be funny and all, but things would take a more serious turn when the streamer AshOnLol clashes with XQC over some loot, which had been taken from another streamer, Omewrecker.
Everybody be quiet, please. I need a moment. Boot up the fire. Okay, let me just put some fucking wood. Yo, Ash, be useful for once. Put some fucking wood in the fire, please.
Okay, you guys are all just like really misogynistic.
How do you define misogyny?
Can I go?
What's the point of talking that?
I'm trying to get your fucking gun back, so don't be a fucking piece of shit. And be kind for once, yeah? You would get it yourself.
Goblin.
Where's he shooting from?
What? Do not kill her.
Listen.
Sorry about my friend. He's just a little bit wild today, all right? He's just a little bit crazy today, all right?
All right, listen. Close the door and let me talk to Waylon. Grenade!
Let's let cooler heads prevail here.
Now, this might seem innocent, with XQC clearly rage-baiting Ash, who had taken the bait, but later on, she'd be talking to Wellen, where she says she'd received 30 messages from people from his chat telling her to commit.
I killed him yesterday while he was naked, dude. While he was naked.
Do you want to come out or just chill in there, or what do you want to do?
Telling me to kill myself.
Are you chilling in there or come out or what?
It's just not worth it.
Is there still?
You know what? I'm about to say it. I don't care that you broke your elbow.
During the OTV event, XQC's chat had gained a bit of a reputation where if someone killed him, pissed him off, or just couldn't understand that he was doing the, the classic rage bait bit, they'd then raid the stream of the streamer at the cause of the confrontation and bombard their chats with spam. Believe me, I was there. And I pissed this guy off heaps. It happened to me too. I saw it firsthand. Being a Rust player though, it was just a normal Tuesday for me, but for others, it can be a bit intimidating, especially if you're not used to that level of scrutiny. YouTuber and streamer Call Me Carson was also a victim to a classic XQC chat raid.
13,000 viewers? That many XQC frogs came to my stream? What the hell? What is your guys' deal? I killed him in video game.
Okay.
Get a life. Holy shit.
Even the old Ludguts goes on a bit of a rant about it all.
Yeah, I love his nice, how he starts every stream. Hey guys, really don't want you to go to other chats. And then we'll just say dumb shit like X is a rat or Y is a fuck up. And then I'll have an influx of, a couple thousand viewers to the stream. Oh, but he tries so hard. It's so easy. I feel like to just think about what you say for a moment.
Later on, a situation would occur where XQC accuses Myth of stream sniping, which is ironic because Myth was recently banned for the same thing on the Bird Peanut server, which is a whole other event I could cover. You guys, you just gotta let me know. But Myth would find himself on the back foot having to defend the allegations from XQC.
Listen.
Cheer 200 when you killed Greek. X were at the odd house, so you were right besides each other. Love the tension and excitement, JNB salute.
Then I get off my horse, my focus face comes in, I'm like, oh shit, it's fucking X, dude. So you know what, chat? Hey, come here, bitch. Come here, bitch. Suck my 40% black, 50% Middle Eastern, 10% European cock. Your streamer isn't good, bitch.
Now that he'd cleared his own name, Myth would run into XQC again, where he'd begin rubbing in the false accusation, triggering XQC to no end.
Do not kill him.
Wait, dude, listen. If you weren't sniping, you wouldn't be insecure and you wouldn't bring it up if you done like that. Get the fuck out of my server. Fucking idiot.
Later, XQC would admit that he was in fact wrong.
How many different people on this server you think are reading chat or streams?
Well, dude, I realized that I'm wrong, okay? I admit it, okay? I'm wrong because the thing is that everybody does it.
Meanwhile, while this was all going on, Greek was caught with his pants down and his hands inside Asmongold's boxes.
Okay. Asmon! No, don't do it, Asmon.
Asmin, listen. Don't you fucking dare, Asmin.
How'd you get it? How'd you get it?
Now, I want to set the stage for one of the big dramas to come. You see, right now, we're still looking at some of the dramas from the first OTB server, but there was plenty more to come during the second one. And one of the dramas that would bleed over into the next wipe would be the whole Zuckles saga. Apparently, XQC had said something about Zuckles' mum.
Are you guys going to do Bradley, or are you going to raid the church first? Which one?
I think
We are raiding the church.
After we're done doing your mother.
The woman is commanding you guys.
That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Nah.
Presumably they'll...
No one talks about my mother,
Are you
bro.
with Team Rocket or are you just trying to get their help?
No one talks about my mother.
Yo, X, if you want your syringes back, I'm not gonna use them. Take them. I'd rather you take them than kill me.
Train, do you remember the cords? I think I know who might have done it.
Do I remember the cords? I'm gonna keep it a buck 50 with you, Swagger. This is my first day in the game. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Do you remember where your base was?
Yeah, here, I'll tell you.
Oh, guys. Okay, I'm running. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I'm sorry.
That's what you get for talking shit about my mum. That's what you get for talking shit about my mum. Run, bro! Look it!
Oh my god, dude, run!
Is he going? He's taking the boat to the RP server, chat. He's leaving, dude. He's done.
And so the server wiped. But this would mark the beginning of where everything would begin to fall apart. Yo. What?
Remember that time you bush camped me? Remember that time? Here, drink this to make up for it.
Oh yeah, that is all coming up next, baby. But really quick, I just want to show you guys something that we've been working on. Now, speaking of Rust servers, there's these extremely popular servers that I own and play on. They're called Winter Rust. In fact, these servers are so far ahead of their time that the Rust developer Alldayerrydaybaby has been putting our quality of life updates into the base game. This isn't a sponsored segment, by the way, just me being proud of our newest big thing and wanting to show you guys. Wipestats.gg, the most in-depth stats system I've ever seen, created by Lencorp and Lurk. Exclusive only to Winter Rust and SpoonKid servers. If I go to wipestats.gg, I can either put in a specific 64 ID to look someone up, or I can pick what server I want. In this case, Winter Rust Mondays. And then I can check out the leaderboard where I'm going to look at the stats of the top PvPer, and you'll be angry when I discover. The dude has a respectable 5.81 KD, but as we scroll further down, you'll begin to see all the other different types of stats. I mean, look at this. You can even see his archetype analysis, which is a combat specialist. You can see his resources gathered, which is hardly any. Pick up your game, PYT. And now we can see his weapon mastery. Ah, he's a roof camper. You know what? Why am I not surprised? You can see his base building stats, his actions, and his lifetime activity. These leaderboards bring back some of that competitive feeling to Rust, and you can use this thing to talk shit, whether it's about your server dominance or someone else's lack of. But this isn't even the best part, because here on wipestats.gg, we have heat maps. You can quickly check where the most kills are happening, the biggest combat zones, what areas are being farmed the most, where people are mainly living, where most of the raids are happening, and where trash piles are being looted. Wipestats.gg, baby! Check her out. The Badlands server was about to start, and this tweet from Abe would set the precedent on how it would operate. He says, original server will be kept up for everyone who wants to focus primarily on competition, PvP, raiding, etc. I understand some people may not want this change, but please be respectful of this decision and don't send anyone hate. Let's start 2021 with a positive bang. The other server, The Divide, was also about to start at the same time, except that one would be intended for role players looking to have a softer experience with more of a friendly friendly storyline. But here's where things would get complicated. The Divide server was only open to a certain number of people. The big streamers who didn't want to get rinsed had the first pickings, and they filled it up quickly, which left a lot of the other role players without a home. So, what do you think they did? A. Streamed something else. B. Waited for a slot to open. C. Crashed out. D. Joined the PvP server.
I'm gonna go with B on that one, Eddie. B. Can I get
Whitney.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Eddie, that is the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to me.
Yep, they came to the PvP server. And what would ensue would be nothing short of a mixture of tears, comedy, outrage, drama, and Asmongold cornering and taking control of the entire horse market.
Oh, you know what? I can see if I can find it. Asmongold, XQC, Rust. Maybe? Watch this. This is whenever I was off stream. Okay, here we go.
No shit, they're not spawning anywhere. They're all stuck here. This is pretty crazy. Dude, I found one horse today. One horse today.
I myself jumped on very excited to be let off the leash for the PvP side of the event. Oh my god, so we're on the OTV PvP server, so I think you can just mindlessly kill on this one. Prior to the start of this event, Soda Poppin gave his predictions on what the server would be like.
I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it. No one cares about 20 viewer Andys who are really good at Rust. And I'm worried it's gonna be infected with like a bunch of 20 viewer Andys who are really good at Rust. Like it's not fun to see Pokimane get killed by that person. Yo, I'm so good at Rust, bro. Like who the fuck are? I don't even know who you are. But it's like say like I don't know XQC kills her. Like that's hilarious. That's awesome. That's content. My opinion. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's the truth. So I don't mind a couple 20 viewer Andys, but I feel like they're gonna make up the majority. I'm literally just gonna be playing on a Who server. It's like, why not just play a public? Pro Rust players playing against RPers. I mean, I'm not even gonna RP really.
One of the first interactions I had in this event was with a guy called Dean So Cool, and this clip alone would actually go viral. Yo, take this. There you go. Ow, take this.
Yo. Appreciate you, dog.
Very shortly here, I'd have another interaction with the streamer, Jobless Garrett, who, needless to say, was not happy with what I was about to do to him. Jobless Garrett, thank you very much for your donation. It will not go in vain. Make an effort to use voice chat. Jesus, that was the lamest shit ever, so into whatever your name is. Oh my god, here we go again. Should I just run up and go, you're dead? Like that? I don't know what I'm supposed to do on a PvP server. Later, after killing him, a clip would emerge where Jobless Garrett would read off the rules to the server from the Discord.
People seem that this is just a try-hard PvP server, but let me clear some up to some degree. Here we go. Server 1, The Hunt, it's basically vanilla with server rules, built by streamers and content creators. Everyone should understand that it's not just a PvP server. It's a server that welcomes PvP, but also roleplay. You basically have the option to do anything you want to do, whether it's PvP or RP, but in the main, most important thing to keep in mind while playing is to be considerate for your fellow content creators on the server and not selfishly jeopardize their content only for the sake of your own. I mean, listen, Bullet, I get it. Your normal Rust stuff, you go play in a public server like he says here. That's what you're used to seeing. This server was designed to foster a healthy community of fun people that enjoy PvP and want to have like that aspect of like there's a storyline behind why everything's happening.
If you had no idea what he was talking about, don't worry, neither did I. But let me try and bring some clarity to the situation. I think by the time this post was made, some people had already had their shit rocked by what is now known as the Rust Pros. So Abe made these new rules up. He says, people seem to think this is just a try-hard PvP server, and I have no idea what could have given that impression. Also, to this day, I still do not know what the Hunt server is. It's clearly meant to be talking about this server, so if someone could clear that up for me, that'd be nice. Now, there was a couple of problems with this rule change, and more specifically, ultimately problems for me. You see, I hadn't actually been invited to the Discord yet. I was trying to get in, but everyone was so busy with the launch of it that my messages hadn't been seen. Garrett, however, wasn't done with me yet, which is when he took the fight to the global chat, where he said, "Sir Winter, make an effort to use voice comms in an RP/PvP server, please." To which I confusedly asked, "Oh, is this RP as well?" To which Garrett said, "Bruh." I'd go on to say, "The other server is RP, Garrett, I thought. Sorry, man." To which his Timmy would lead on to a new rule being made up for the server. If you're north side of the map, it's pretty much KOS if you want, but south side, try not to PvP too much. I apologized to Garrett, who chose to continue to speak down to me, which would fuel my frustrations.
I think you're missing the point of the server, but cool, man. Nice meeting you. F me, dude. What the fuck? There you go, can't say the same.
And then I'd be hit with a line that left me even more confused than I already was.
So Winter, you're being you're kind of being Papega, not gonna lie. What's Papega mean?
We got a boomer! Oh, man! That sounds like a boomer!
Dude, I'm not gonna bow down and kowtow to these fucking big streamers if they're gonna cry like little babies every time, dude. Yeah. Just say sorry and ask to chat in-game. I already did say sorry and he kept being a little bitch, so fuck him. Like, learn to take an apology. Just tuned in. Are you in trouble again? Yes. I wish someone would invite me to the Discord already so I could see the rules. Like, the viewers know the rules more than me.
One of my viewers was also a jobless Garrett viewer, who I had a brief conversation with after the fact.
Jobless molding you in chat is the only thing. He'll be over in an hour. I'm hoping so. There's no ill intent. Look, I respect these people in their craft, but don't be such a fucking baby all the time. You know? Jobless just trying to RP, lol, he don't care, bro. I'm good. But if you can't get on the RP server, you don't come to the PvP server and then complain when you can't get RP interaction. Stay down south. Don't come up north. That's where he died, up north. Stay where it's safe.
During the previous event on the other server, I had a lot of run-ins with XQC myself, to the point where my video on it had been mass flagged and then age restricted. During this event, I wanted to try and avoid him, but fate would call us back together to dance again.
Hello?
Yo, we're inside. Can you come kill side too?
Who's that?
Who is you? What do you want?
Is that XQ?
What do you want?
Well, I want nothing. It's XQ.
5 minutes unlocked.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Hi chat.
He came at me. I tried not to, but he came at me.
Immediately after clotheslining XQC off the back of his horse, which had now been freed up for Asmongold to come and claim, I was immediately chat raided by his viewers.
Yep, here comes the big views. He came at me and aimed his bow at me. I'm sorry. He thought, well, at least he didn't say anything in chat this time. Now I just need to get home with all this stuff. Hey, I spoke to him and he said, "What do you want?" And I said nothing. And I tried running away, and then he came after me with his horse, bowstring drawn back, ready to sling one into me. I had to turn around and give him the biz.
Like I said earlier, chat raids don't bother me at all. But speaking of chats, during this whole event, the global chat was the one-stop shop for all the drama. It was probably the most entertaining aspect of this whole event. And I know I'd just given props to X for not using it to complain to me, but I'd soon have to redact that statement.
Where is his base? I tried to get out of there. I spoke to him and he said, "What are you doing here? What do you want?" And I said nothing, and I kept running. He came after me on a horse with his bow drawn, so I had to turn around and give him the biz. Give him the biz bam. The wham bam kazam. That all seemed fair, even in roleplay rules. It was. How much for base location XQ? Fuck it. I'll give him a bite. You're cringe. Shut the fuck up. I literally talked to you in game. I talked back, wanted to leave, you chased me down on the horse with your bow drawn and you got the biz. That's textbook solution. Good luck with that. Imagine someone shooting someone on sight. You'd have to be a real loser to do that. So we're off to a fun start. Sir Wanker fans. I love that name, Sir Wanker. I've been called it a lot before, but, you know, never on this scale. So currently, it was still the first few hours on the new server, and we'd already had a taste of what was to come. Asmon had already logged for the time being, but I stumbled upon his house.
Look, what? I can open his door!
Alright, this motherfucker stole from me while I was asleep, so let's do a little bit of that to this bug.
Apparently, Asmon had been been no saint on the server either, putting his sticky fingers inside the pockets of another streamer while he slept. I turned back to try and turn him. Was that Asmund sleeping on the ground? Asmund, what are you trying to do here, brother?
Yo, you got some fucking wood, bro?
Yeah, just grab it out of his TC. That's only like 5 wood for the note.
Wait, I can take this shit? What the f?
You can if you want, but poor old Asmund here, he's just... hearing it. I mean,
I'm freaking leaving him a note. Don't steal my fucking shit again.
If you don't take it, someone else is gonna take it. Let's turn him to the rust side. Ah. Hey, that's a nice horse you got there.
Thanks.
No worries.
It's a nice... Wait, how many hazmat suits you got?
I've only got this one. Hey, Jesse, you know who you remind me of? You watch Sopranos? You're like Tony Soprano on the horse in the house right now.
Fast forward a little later, and I'd find myself down in the southern area where KOS wasn't allowed. I was at a monument doing a little farming when I'd be jumped out of the blue.
That was close, bro. That guy scared the f out of me.
It'll be fine. We're almost there. Oh, wait, just get to the recycler.
Oh, I'm dead!
Oh, shit, I got beat. Is that Buddha guy? Blood. Who's Blood? He's a good shot.
And this is where the second iconic viral clip would happen. I wanted to head back and try and fight for my belongings, but I knew I'd have to roleplay killing down there, seeing as it was the south side of the map. So I came up with a way I could roleplay and get that kill quickly, which was honestly copium on my side.
I'm gonna do some Grogor roleplay. Right before I kill him. We're on the road. We're on the highway. Bokdala! Bokdala!
What?
This clip would be one of the 2 big ones used to show that I was going on a tirade on the server and messing everyone up, which I did not do. In fact, you've seen every kill I've gotten up to this point, but it didn't really excuse the fact that this random bystander copped a stray from me. Actually, Past Winter from this video kind of explains the situation perfectly, so I'll let him speak.
And there it is. The one kill I truly regret on this server. I was foolishly still a bit upset for my earliest interactions, and I tried to prove a point and go off and say I was role-playing before I killed someone. And I unleashed on an innocent bystander who didn't deserve it. Even if an amount of people in her chat found it funny, she did not, and for that, I actually feel bad. Especially after how well I'd been treating others up until this point. I was lucky enough to be able to do this, though.
Hello?
Hey, how you doing?
Hello? Hi.
I'm not gonna kill you.
Okay. I'm just
The
gathering
winner
wood.
would never kill.
Yeah, sorry for killing you before.
Don't.
I tried to roleplay it.
I
I tried to roleplay it, but I don't know. It's a bit hard to
roll. A bit, slow with the roleplay, so I just didn't know what to say back in time.
Yeah. It's a bit hard to roleplay when you're killing people and stuff as well. Like, because if you give them the chance, they'll kill you back. So you just don't know. That's Rust. I've been playing Rust for a long time, and I know the people.
That's fair. Yeah, that's understandable.
Yeah.
So, no hard feelings. I understand.
All right, cool. We gotta keep moving. Good luck.
Apologies had been made and we'd gone our separate ways. But I feel like I've talked too much about my own dramas, especially since we have the big one coming up. So let's take a moment to take a look at the Zuckles situation. Zuckles was banned from the OTV officially for metagaming. It began on the other server, but at this point here, this is where it would escalate. Some role players were standing around with XQC talking when Zuckles would ambush them.
I had to do it! You were with the enemy! I'm with the church! I'm with the church! New number!
XQC would begin to get rage baited by his chat, which happily obliged by accusing Zuckles of stream sniping.
That's his bad thing. I'm gonna do what he does then. He knows what all times. Fuck it. Do it up. Damn, where is he? I wonder. Where is he? He could be anywhere on the map, right? Okay, then I kind of want to go there now. Just randomly. Got right? Okay. Let's try that then.
Later on, Zuckles would attempt to jump XQC at one of the monuments, where PvP with no questions asked was allowed. Upon killing Zuckles, XQC would have a few choice words for him.
XQC. Man, you're fucking cringe as fuck, dude. Dude, listen, you need, instead of chasing me down for kills, you have to focus on your own channel, dude. Stop letting it die out, dude. You're no content Andy, you fucking pussy.
I don't know if he realized this or not, but he'd fully killed Zuckles with a headshot, so Zuckles wasn't even there to hear any of that. But things would come to a head when Zuckles was in his base breeding chat, where one of his chatters would give him some forbidden information.
XQC wants to raid you in Sir Winter. Should I provoke him? Be like, XQC, come raid me, you dog. Because I've got an AK to defend now.
This is considered metagaming. You don't need to be watching someone else's stream for it to be considered unethical. I guess it's kind of like Varys from Game of Thrones with all these little birds. But on the flip side, sometimes you just can't help it. You read a message and it might contain metagaming info, and all you can do is just try to pretend like you didn't see it. Regardless, a lot of the times in Rust, these raid threats are normally just empty threats. But this wasn't a normal Rust server, and XQC fully intended on going to raid Zuckles first. Unfortunately, Zuckles would get a donation while he had text-to-speech on, that again, metagamed.
This is giving me cake!
XQC is gonna raid you, they're bringing C4 over now.
Hey, go, they're gonna raid me! Hey, go, they're gonna raid me! Come here. Come here.
What?
Fuck you, bro. But I can't help it, bro. I got text-to-speech on. If someone says I can't help it.
I'll try to get him kicked from this fucking server. Just fuck it. Just go next.
Wait, what just happened?
There's nothing he can do about it.
What the fuck did I do? Wait, what the f did I do?
How was that fun? I'm done, dude.
What did I do?
This is just killing it. I have to be honest, this is just kind of sad. This is just, I don't know.
XQC was visibly upset and was now seeking to have Zuckles banned. And he'd be having his way too. After this, Zuckles would have this to say.
Boys, I was mid-rock fight and all I hear in my voice is, XQC is bringing C4 and rockets to raid you. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? I'm just having fun, and then, like, the beans get spilt. Like,
the next clip would be Zuckles' last on the server.
I got him! I got him! I got him! Go loot! Go loot!
Hold on. Was that the guy?
It was XQC. Yeah, it was XQC. Go loot him.
Fucking God, the goblin?
After this, he was immediately banned, putting out a now deleted tweet that said, "No longer allowed to play on the OTV Rust server. Content was fun while it lasted. Apologies if I ruined anyone's Rust experience." But the drama wasn't over yet. Swagger Souls had not been banned, and he was now running around trying to get signatures for a petition to get Zuckles unbanned.
Hey, I'm here collecting signatures for a petition.
What happened?
Would anybody be interested? Why? Literally why? Literally why? That is, isn't that KOS? Isn't that exactly the same thing? Isn't that the same thing that Zuckles got banned for? Isn't that literally the same exact thing?
On the run home, XQC was now saying that Swagger was barred.
This guy's fucking barred, dude. I don't know. This guy literally killed me in the most anti-dog shit, anti-RP on this server. No, he's fucking barred, dude. I don't give a fuck. I see my kill on site.
Swagger wouldn't take this news lying down, where he began to point out that XQC was allowed off the leash, but no one else was, effectively calling him a hypocrite.
He says I'm barred? Yeah, I guess XQC can do it. XQC can break all the rules in the server. He has 100,000 viewers. That's so annoying.
Shut up your literary short, you fucking gnome. I cummed in your helmet at Paxel.
Later, he would make his way to their base out in the desert, where he'd again try to get Team Rocket's signatures for his petition, and this is where a snarky catfight would ensue.
You guys want me to put your name down on my petition?
Petition for what?
To get Zuckles back on the server. Yeah, I have.
The guy who ignored multiple warnings from the admin.
Yeah, I have 30 signatures so far. I'd be more than happy to put 2 more names onto it.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I know. A lot of people here believe in second chances, crazy enough.
I don't know. The server equality increased tenfold.
Are you sure? I mean, I was just KOS. I was just killed for no reason. So I don't know about the quality.
Where?
Literally right up there.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, it is weird. It was XQC that did it.
The clock week?
Hey, don't worry about erasing my petition. I have an original copy back at my base. So I just copy and paste it onto a new note. Did you want me to add your name to it, Greg?
How'd you know I erased it?
Oh yeah, here we go. I mean, I did get KOIs, didn't I?
Yeah, but how'd you know I erased it? I erased it and I didn't even say anything.
It was Chad. Yeah, it was Chad. Yeah, Chad told me.
Oh, okay.
Are you gonna post me on live stream fails, get me banned too?
No. As long as you admit it. It's fine.
Thanks. Yeah. So it's a no on the petition, is it? What about you two? What do you reckon? Second chance?
Yeah, sure.
Actually, I've interacted with Zuckles in game, so I definitely will not be signing
All right, Buddha.
since I've experienced him firsthand. And he got a second chance. I'm not a believer of third chances.
No. Like he got banned, like a second chance.
I like Zuckles. Yeah, I signed the petition.
All right, cool.
No, he got a second chance from the first server, like before the wipe. No, you remember the second
like Zuckles, but it is what it is, like.
Well, yeah. Well, you know, I feel like if he did come back on, like there wouldn't be any problems whatsoever, right?
I don't know, dude. The server was up for like 2 days and he already got banned. It's like a pretty fast ban.
Yeah, but to be fair, I mean, it was a lot of outrage on live stream fails, wasn't it?
And then got banned.
It was just a lot of outrage.
What are you doing here?
What was that?
Here? What are you doing
here? Wait. No, the outrage was people on the server.
What is he doing here? Why are you here?
I mean, I have a bunch of. I'm here collecting petitions, signatures for a petition.
Why did you please fucking stop, dude? Stop fucking perpetrating it. You're so fucking annoying.
Thank you for killing him. I would have done it. I couldn't.
Jesus fucking Christ. Why is he here?
A few days after being banned, the Misfits podcast would upload a video with a segment talking about the OTV event.
You're not the only one who's been
attempted to be cancelled in the past week.
You want to explain?
So I got banned off a server, right?
Yeah, the offline
TV Rust server.
They then go on to explain their understanding of how the server worked.
So they had one main server, which was like the OTV Rust server, which everybody was on. And then they made a second server. Abe made a second server for, like, you know, people that wanted to do explicitly RP, which was kind of an exclusive thing. You had to be invited on. They wanted to, like, bring people on slowly. Understandable. But then they had one that was, like, roleplay mixed with PvP. And that was a debacle, dude. That was a debacle.
Well, the whole point was, like, anywhere up north, like, halfway past the map.
Yeah, it was like the understanding was, it was KOS, a kill on site. You could do whatever you want. Every man for himself, no rules. That was the understanding.
Then Swagger would bring up one of the biggest flaws during the event, and that was the miscommunication.
Everybody was misinformed. Nobody knew, like, what the go was. I get on the server, you know, like, Mason gets on the server, like, we'd both gotten in, and we had no understanding of the fact that metagaming was a big deal on the server. That, like, you know, obviously you don't, like, stream snipe. That was another thing, because we had no idea what the rules were when we really went on, and we weren't really given, like, a notice of, like, rules or etiquette or anything like that. Like, we weren't told specifically anything.
Well, you didn't actually get banned.
As the subject progressed, Fitz wanted to hear the story straight from the horse's mouth, so Zuckles had this to say.
Yeah, let's let Mason talk about it.
We were in the first time we joined the server, like, which was on the original one. XQC was like this. There was this thing called Team Rocket, right? And it's like the big dogs of the server. They're like, everyone fears them, and like that's like
all powerful.
They're freaking arc, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, I want to hunt down XQC because he's like the quote unquote leader of them. And so we like tried to form this story arc of like hunting them down and shit like that. And I pretty much shoot XQC in the head with an Eoka, like one tap him while he's placing a wall down in front of his base, and he cracks the shits. Like, and I've never bashed the guy in my streams. I've never talked shit about him. I think he's hilarious. Like, seems like an alright bloke.
Yeah.
And he pretty much cracked the shits with me, and he was like, you know, he already had it out for me at this point. And then we went on to the other server. And then there was a couple like accusations of me metagaming and all this shit, which is like what Swagger said, where people tell you where you are through donations and all that.
How do you avoid the metagaming if you're just getting donations telling you shit?
Well,
you just turn them off or what?
So there's mods can apparently do this thing where they skip donations or like confirm them before they come in. And I had no clue about this because I haven't been streaming for long, like professionally. Like I don't really know.
Yeah, you're just fucking around. You're just doing your thing.
Like. Yeah, exactly. And like straight after the fact, like it happened, I spent like an hour on stream fixing it.
Yeah.
And without any knowledge of the fact that you could even do that. Yeah. So I didn't even get the benefit of the doubt.
During this, Zuckles would say that he doesn't know who got him banned exactly, but alludes to the fact that it might have been mob mentality from the Reddit group, Livestream Fails.
I don't know who got me banned, but there was a lot of like beef on Livestream Fails about me and stuff. Like it was flooded.
A lot of people so their argument was that you weren't RP and you were kind of just killing on side and not playing along with the story.
But my knowledge of it was, I don't think it was the killing, it was just the metagaming. Because like...
Yeah. McCreamy would then bring up the racist Redverse...
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Walking to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Autopilot jumping. Warping to station. Warp drive active. Approaching station. Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Purple feud between YouTubers and Twitch streamers, and how this might have contributed to the overall heat Zuckles was catching.
I feel like a lot of people don't like YouTubers, especially Twitch streamers.
Yeah.
There's a weird...
There's definitely a bad blood
Yeah.
there.
Trainwreck was going off at Sir Winter, like backing him out for being a YouTuber and shit.
Yeah, but the thing about being a big streamer like these guys is you're live all day. Like most of your days are occupied by streaming, and that's just like direct one-on-one interaction with your audience all day.
Yeah.
Their audience loves them. They're gassing them up. Like, and so I think it just gets in a lot of their heads that like they're just right all the time about situations. I imagine that this was probably pretty nuanced. Maybe they had a point. Maybe they didn't. But at the end of the day, like, it's Rust. That's your fucking battle turf, bro. You're a good Rust player. Like, you're just fucking these guys up, and
I got a good
sounds like they got
video
kind of
out of
mad,
it.
bro.
And with that, the Zuckles saga has come to an end. And now, it's time. The meat and potatoes, the most delicious and delectable dish of drama from the whole event.
Nice.
I am, of course, talking about the bush camping incident of 2021, starring yours truly and a streamer called Trainwrecks. Up in the north, where PvP was allowed, right on the edge of a monument, where PvP was definitely allowed, I heard a shot ring out while I was on my travels. The crows cawed and scattered from the distant trees. My pupils dilated. This had caught my attention. It had been so long since I'd been in a fight. My trigger finger vibrated with anticipation. I ran down the hill, where I quickly took sanctuary behind a boulder, having spotted someone running across the stretch of open field before me. More shooting. Here we go. It wasn't the stranger. I let him pass. I'd made it to the road, where I used an old decrepit truck as cover, peering through its gaps. The coast seemed clear, so I cautiously moved forward, but a footstep shuffled to my right. I turned. I didn't see anyone, even though he was right there. This is when I decided to move into the most famous bush in Rust. I needed the cover for a moment to see what I was up against. And there he was, a man, a solo man, running down the road with an MP5 in his hands. The very gun I'd heard shooting alongside a Thompson moments before. This had to be him. I'd decided his fate, but at the same time, I'd also decided mine.
Kidding me? Res me, bitch. Res me.
Hey. And that is what nearly got me cancelled. I didn't know who Trainwreck was at the time. In fact, I didn't know who most of these streamers were, as I didn't really follow streaming culture too much. So being called a bitch while demanding that I pick him up didn't sit well with me. So I refused.
Call me a bitch? Jesus.
I went into that bush a boy named Sir Winter, but when I emerged from the other side, I emerged as a man named Sir Wanker. The battle would continue on in the global chat, where most of the battles were fought.
Who the fuck is that guy? Oh my god. You're in the north, bro. Motherfucker cries for 2 weeks, then does some BMR shit. Fuck, I didn't cry about anything. I've been really chill with it all. 2 weeks as well. What the hell? This is my 3rd stream on these servers. Had tea bags. You're so cringe. 1,000 scrap for Sir Wanker's head. Who the fuck is Sir Wanker? Give me a name. One of those YouTube friends. Did someone clip it? Someone might want to go send it to him.
Upon returning back to my base, I try and figure out why I was copping heat for PvPing on the PvP server in the designated PvP areas.
Have I been nasty to these people? Okay, I've been a little toxic to XQC, but only recently. Like, I called him a bot when I killed, like, not to him, just said it to myself, bot, when I killed him over at launch. Apart from that, I've been really nice. Like, I haven't talked shit or anything. They always make up lies, too, when I kill them. Like, oh, he teabagged me.
But Train wasn't done yet.
Who sits in a fucking bush outside my base, then teabags?
I still have no idea who got me banned from the server, nor do I even care. But seeing XQC in chat coping by saying, that's door camping if that's what he was doing, giving me Randall from Recess vibes, kind of narrows it down who it might have been. I go on to explain to Train I wasn't bush camping him nor teabagging him, and that I was just in the military tunnels chasing a fight, where Train goes on to say I wasn't directly in front of his base, but 100 yards from it. Then he asks, but who bush camps, kills, then teabags? I say, dude, I don't even know who you are. How the hell am I going to know where your base is? To which Train responds, the teabag is the part that makes me want to eat a filet mignon well done. What? Then I say, I press push to talk and it made me stand. Train replies, you 100% teabagged and took all my shit like a little bitch. Then I say, dude, you're a child crying for his loot back on a PvP server. I'm taking it easy on people. You're the first person I've killed in ages.
Shut your ass up and go read a super chat.
I was actually confused for a second on what a super chat was, as I was streaming on Twitch, but Train would let me know.
They're trash YouTube donations. What the hell is this guy? What's wrong with this guy? Holy crap.
I told him I was streaming on Twitch, and to that he responded with, I don't care. And honestly, based. Then he goes on to say, you stream wherever I say you stream.
Typical YouTube clip number 2. How I got 1,000 scrap from killing myself after putting everything in my stash. What the hell?
Train goes on to claim that he'd been up for 26 hours and was planting a berry seed next to a bush, to which I cut him off and said Trainwreck is a literal train wreck. And then he finished his sentence saying, and Humpty Dumpty was camping in it.
Good one, buddy. No wonder you're a YouTuber with that humor.
I asked Train if he'd like the clip, which would clear everything up, to which he ignored. He goes on to say, bro, you can kill me all you want, you're good. It's just a game. But you have to understand, when you camp in a bush and kill me, then teabag me, you're asking to be the asshole of the server. I responded with, I think we've already established I didn't teabag you, Trainwreck. Calm down.
Don't tell me to calm down, boy. Oh my god, dude.
After this, I was sick of the streamers on the server. It was like walking on eggshells the whole time, so I decided I'd quit. I gave my base away to my friend Tank Girl after logging, which livestream fails ate up, by the way. These guys were absolutely tearing me to shreds because they thought I was lying about that. Before we get into the final part, I just want to say that this beef was squashed years ago. Train and myself are actually good friends, and we're able to laugh about the whole thing now. We even had a funny interaction about it on the Rust Kingdom server.
That's fucked up. That's actually... That's... The guy dropped me bleach. That's so fucked. Hey, Winter. Winter, come here, bro.
Yeah, what's up?
Come here, bro.
Yo. No, what?
Remember that time you bush camped me? Remember that time? Here, drink this to make up for it.
Were you drinking that at the time? Because you're delusional. I passed.
You know what's funny? There was a chance. I think I said you No, hear me out. Are
you about to say you're wrong? I'm hearing you out. I want to hear this.
No, just hear me out. Okay. You were definitely bush camping, but just hear me out. I'll get.
He was teabagging me.
Oh, yeah, just wait. I was such a noob back then that I didn't understand the high skill mechanics of moving while looting, and I thought you were teabagging me because all I saw when you were looting me was your ball sack hitting my forehead. But you were just looting me. So that part you were right about.
Look into the camera without smiling and say, Sir Winner actually bush camped me. Like, and believe it when you say it.
Life Stomper is a pussy. No, I'm kidding, chat. Leave him alone.
I woke up the next day IRL only to find that right at the peak of cancel culture, my head was now on the chopping block. And guys, it didn't look good at all.
If you're unaware, and you shouldn't be, there's trouble brewing on the game Rust. There's a whole load of drama going on there. It's absolute chaos and pandemonium.
Rust drama.
I didn't even know Sir Winter was involved.
Man, yo, Sir Winter, man. Like, I remember I was riding around.
Victim, oh no, I'm overwhelmed. I was super wrong.
This guy's sitting in a fucking
insults and racist slurs. What the fuck are you doing?
He just kills him and then takes his loot. It's like,
I was fucking pissed. I was so fucking
And if you find a place where I call out Sir Winter, I'll give you $100. Rust veterans camping in bushes.
So he was basically door camping train wrecks.
What a fucking little fucking idiots.
It was pretty fun.
I had no fucking clue.
Well, I was fucked. Beloved YouTubers were making videos about me, streamers were reacting, subpar news outlets were making articles, threads were being made on Reddit, my comment sections were being flooded, my videos were getting mass flagged, my Twitter was being blown up, the devs were pissed off at me, and death threats were being sent out. And for the time being, there was nothing I could do about it. The one that really set this whole thing off the most was a video uploaded on January 11th, 2021 by Charlie, aka Moist Critical, which was simply titled Rust Drama. Up until now, I've never brought up this video, and hey, could you blame me? I mean, that's Moist Critical, one of the most well-liked content creators in the world. I mean, even after this video, to this day, I still like Charlie. However, I was just some unknown Rust YouTuber existing in my niche corner of the internet. Well, today, that changes. I think it's time I finally addressed Charlie's video and the fallout that would follow.
If you're unaware, and you shouldn't be, there's trouble brewing on the game Rust. There's a whole load of drama going on there. It's absolute chaos and pandemonium. Bodies on the street, tears on the keyboard. It is absolutely hectic.
The scene has been set, and he wasn't wrong so far. At this point of the video, Charlie is just going over the lore of Rust, OTV, and a surprisingly long section roasting the Rust community and how they gatekeep the game, until finally, we got to this part.
But the actual drama started pretty recently, so as the server began to expand and really blow up on Twitch, invites became more frequent and more people were being added to the server.
He goes on to explain that so many invites were sent out that it compromised the integrity of the OTV servers. But he would now get into what the servers were intended to be.
In response to so many people going to the PvP server and so much going on, Abe created a second server more focused on RP, but still mainly PvP. It's 70% PvP, 30% RP. On that server, that's where I have my waste management empire, where I run around collecting trash with a garbage truck. And on the other server is where I live my double life as a Team Rocket assassin. So there's a purpose for both servers, but the second one is much more exclusive and more focused on just making some enjoyable, goofy content. And the first one's that more cutthroat, coming for scalps, blood, sweat, tears, cum, titties, flying all over the place, gore, and hurt feelings everywhere.
I don't know where the 30% RP and 70% PvP thing came from, but he's definitely right about both servers having their own purpose. At the end there, it sounded like Charlie was on the same page as what I thought when first joining the Badlands server.
And in that server is where the drama begins, the genesis of all Rust drama. With a lot of big egos clashing in this Thunderdome, there was bound to be a catastrophic explosion of drama. So what really set it off is a couple of Rust veterans camping in bushes and killing people on site, just mindlessly murdering people in the streets without any attempt to communicate or make fun content out of it. They would just sit in the bush and kill people, hoping to make them mad, which would then be used for their YouTube video views. At least that's the narrative that's been going on. I wasn't in the server during that time. I was busy doing the actual important shit, collecting waste and human fecal matter on the other server. so I didn't see that firsthand. I've only seen the clips in some of the VODs.
The couple of Rust content creators he's talking about are, of course, myself and Zuckles. I don't know what Zuckles got up to the whole time he was on the server, but for me, I wasn't camping in bushes or killing people on site after the initial confusion, right after the first hour of the server's inception. I actually spent most of my time talking with others, role-playing, adventuring about, visiting the art gallery, you know, all that good stuff. I mean, sure, I did PvP at monuments in the north side of the map, as were the rules, so at the moment, Charlie is going off of hearsay.
But these two events, it's like the assassination of Franz Ferdinand, these two events led to a whole fucking war on Twitter, on Twitch, on live stream fails about whether or not these Rust veterans, you know, did anything wrong. Because to the Rust professional viewers, that's just how they've always experienced the game. So to them, there was absolutely nothing wrong with just sitting in a bush for fucking 30 minutes, waiting for someone to ride by on a horse and just shooting them on sight and then looting them. That's normal to them. But to a new player that had no chance of fighting back and who doesn't even have that experience in the game, that's just fucking not fun. Like, that's just absolute dog shit. There's no fun to be had there.
You know, that offhand remark about camping in a bush for 30 minutes really got people believing I actually did that. But he is right about it being no fun for the new players that happens to. It's just that situation never happened in my case. I was within the no build radius of a monument in the north running to a gunfight, and I passed through a bush for like 4 seconds to see if the person I heard was armed. Because if they weren't, I'd have let them go, just like the first person I saw there. But seeing as they had the very same gun I'd heard blasting off moments before, we were in the north, we were at a monument, I came out of that bush and I killed him. The streamers who didn't make it into the RP server didn't have to be in that area if PvP wasn't for them. They had a whole half of the map to themselves. I mean, even if they were just in the north, I wouldn't have KOS'd them, seeing as I wasn't doing that anyway. It was the fact that this was at a monument where no questions asked PvP had the green light.
So it's been a huge debate, like, why are they getting punished? Why are people mad? It's just Rust. Learn how to play Rust, you pussies. And there's two sides to this argument, but there's a wrong side and a right side. The wrong side is the one that says they did nothing wrong.
Okay.
Like, when you go into the server, it literally just says, please just don't mindlessly kill people.
Again, I wasn't doing that, and I don't know where this even came from. I guess from the first hour of the wipe and causing a little bit of chaos at the monuments?
Like, when XQC and Team Rocket would roll into a place, there was a whole storyline built up for it. There was a reason for it. When they made a kill, there was at least jokes exchanged. And by the end of it, most people were laughing. Of course, there were times that they weren't, but for the most part, when there were kills made, it was part of, like, this storyline. Oh, Team Rocket's rolling in, tumbleweeds rolling across the city as people close their doors and lock their kids and wife in the basement to avoid the wrath of Team Rocket. Like, it was goofy, fun shit. They were a cartoonish villain organization.
Many of the streamers I saw while researching this video seemed to have a different opinion. A lot of them were in fact upset at the lack of RP and the mindless killing from XQC. Not to say he didn't RP or only KOS'd as well, but to paint him in the light of a guy who was just out there making stories and role-playing most of the time is a bit of a disingenuous statement to make.
But then, over the last couple days, it's more like, oh, don't ride down that road because a Rust Pro might be waiting in a ghillie suit in one of the bushes to just shoot you on sight. Like, that's very different, and that's not fun.
Again, this didn't happen, at least not from me. But seeing as I was the only one accused of bush camping, I can only assume he's talking about me.
Again, the server was made to be more relaxed and focused on fun content in the game, with an emphasis on PvPing, because in Rust, it's fun to PvP, and it's more fun when you're PvP. PvPing with a purpose as opposed to just going for like a KD ratio in a survival game.
Here, it sounds like he's talking about the Divide server that he was on. Like he said, it was an RP PvP server with a focus on PvP, which is what it sounds like he's talking about here. On the server I was on, it was initially intended for a more hardcore PvP experience, but was ultimately tuned down with new rules coming in. Anytime I PvP'd at a monument, it wasn't for a KD ratio, seeing as that didn't exist at the time. Hey, but now it does on wipestats.gg for my Rust servers, Winter Rust, check it out. But it was mainly about obtaining loot to progress my own story and content forward. For the most part, I was solo, so I was going into these fights with teams full of Rust noobs, Rust pros, and pro competitive gamers from different games. It got to the point where people were offering bounties for my base location so they could bring the squad over to raid me. I handed them a storyline on a silver platter. They saw me as a villain, and they could have looked for my base, found it, raided it, and ended me that way. It would have been a big celebration, you know, we finally got him. But instead, I was lied about to a haram of impressionable devout Twitch viewers, then I was banned.
A lot of the people in the Rust community that are vehemently defending this have like no level of self-awareness or social skills to recognize that this is just not in the spirit of what the server was for. I mean, even the fucking creator of Rust made this sarcastic tweet poking fun at this mentality. Like, it's just not hard to grasp, but there's a huge difference between PvPing with like a goofy storyline and joking around and just waiting to kill people on sight for their loot.
Yep, that tweet hurt to see. It was deleted sometime after my side of the story came out, whether that was because of my video or just because it stirred even more drama, which I know Gary isn't fond of. But it did hurt to see someone I'd known for years, for a lack of a better term, throw me under the bus, from what I could only assume was word of mouth. I've been making content on Rust for 5 years straight at that point, having even sat down with him when the bow used to be terrible to use in Rust years ago, just so we could work on making it better, and that's the bow you have today. I'd even met up with Gary IRL before all of this, which was an incredible experience, so this tweet really hit home with me. Charlie goes on to speak about how the Rust community couldn't grasp the sarcasm of the tweet, and then gives props to the other Rust pros on the server for not behaving like I allegedly was, and how he visited an 18+ underground art gallery, which was located in the south. He uses this to bolster his point, which is that the Badlands server was actually also an RP PvP server, which was true to some degree, but it wasn't like that everywhere on the map.
So you really can't even use the argument that the server's meant to just be kill-on-site PvP all the time, because the majority of it is just a lot of people messing around, role-playing, and having fun. So there's really no way of defending it. Now, in response to all this drama that was blowing up that I was just talking about, 2 players, I believe, were banned from the server, which is where most of this drama just stemmed from, everyone debating whether or not they deserve the ban or shit like that. But I think it's pretty clear, like, they were playing it very differently from everybody else in that server, and in clear violation of the rules Abe set out. Mainly no mindless killing.
Except at monuments.
So you can argue whether or not a ban was warranted as opposed to just asking them, hey, can you just fucking stop this shit? Like that, you know, maybe you can argue that, but you can't really defend the actions of it. If I was still on that server and I was the victim of that shit, I probably would have just stopped playing, to be honest. That doesn't sound very fun. I saw a couple clips where, like, a girl was just standing out in the open, and then a guy ran in on a horse and just shot her on sight and took her shit. Then she had to respawn on the other side of the map. And that was like after, what, like 5 hours of collecting shit. And she was there waiting to like talk and joke and just got blasted. Like, that's not fun.
Shortly after I did that to Lulu Lovely, I'd apologized to her and she accepted it. Also, this was like 10 minutes worth of loot as opposed to 5 hours. She was in a team with 6 others. It wasn't a setback for her, and she also didn't have to spawn across the map. She had a base with a sleeping bag. Charlie finishes up saying that he just wanted to talk about this a little bit because he's been loving Rust and Abe didn't deserve to have to deal with my shit, and then he ends the video.
That's about it. So yeah.
This was uploaded on the 11th of January here in Australia, whereas my video wouldn't come out for another 3 days after that because of how long it needed to be. I had to show every single interaction I had on the server to prove I wasn't doing what people were saying I was doing. So it ended up being basically 2 hours long. Not an ideal length at all. I even looked everywhere for this one clip, but I couldn't find it anywhere. So this is a bit of a source, trust me bro moment. I remember Asman, when he was talking about it, his chat was telling him to look at it because the take he had was the same as Charlie's. He took one look at it, said, "We're not watching that, it's too long," and then just continued on trashing me. I've always wanted that cleared with Asman, so who knows, maybe this is my chance. Also, funnily enough, that's the first video I'd watched of his, and I've been a viewer ever since. Charlie's video was up for 3 days uncontested before mine came out. You can imagine the amount of damage that was being done in that time before I finally got my side out, but as soon as I did, I noticed an instant shift in how people were talking about the whole situation. The video quickly made it to 100,000 views, and the comment section under Charlie's Rust drama video began to change. One user said, "I've never seen Charlie be so wrong about something in his entire YouTube career. XQC is literally the most toxic streamer on the platform. Crazy that anyone could defend his actions during that time." Another said, "It's been a year since then, but man, does this video still age like milk." Then there was, "Sir Winter didn't deserve to be banned. He wasn't invited to the Discord, so he couldn't read the rules. Also, the bush camping thing is so blown out of proportion, it's actually funny." And this guy said, "The time Jesus was wrong." When I tell you, my butthole unclenched after looking like it had been sucking on a lemon for 4 days straight and finally got to breathe a sigh of relief, I am not kidding. But to this day, my video is still only 1/3 the size of Charlie's. So there's plenty of others out there who still haven't seen the other side. Like I said earlier, I really like Charlie. I think he's a genuinely good dude, and everyone makes mistakes. Hell, he might see this and think he didn't even make a mistake, which I'm cool with. I'm not holding a grudge. You might even be asking why I'm making this video now after all these years. Well, because it's an interesting topic and it never really had any loose ends tied up, so it's entertaining. At least I hope. If you've been liking this video, make sure to smash that like button.
Stop it. Get some help.
On YouTube, entertaining equals views, and views equals money, and money equals a roof over my head. It's my job, plain and simple. And I'm sick of making Rust content after 10 years of doing it, so I'm switching it up. But I explained all that in a different video I uploaded a few weeks ago while talking about how Rust doesn't feel the same anymore. But I just want to point out this one thing before we move on to what happened to Charlie after my video came out. With great power comes great responsibility. We've all heard that Uncle Ben quote, and it's true. Charlie has a platform with over 18 million subscribers now. Reaction content is all well and good, but reacting to rumors and 2 clips that were seen and blowing them out of proportion without knowing the context or what happened is pretty reckless. Especially when, for the most part, people take what Charlie says at face value. He's a trusted guy who has a pretty high success rate of good takes, and when he gets something wrong, he corrects it.
I feel like I'm one of the very few people on the internet who corrects himself. Whenever I make a mistake, I do go and make a clarification. For example, I got something wrong with a content creator holding a stand-up competition that was absolute dog shit, and then someone came there and made fun of him, and I didn't know the full context. Once I got the full context, I went back and made a follow-up video to explain it in more depth with more clarity.
But hey, this was all 5 years ago, and to pretend like this is still a hot topic and people don't change in that amount of time would be disingenuous of me. But moving on, my video had come out and Charlie's comment section had now been flooded with people shocked he got this so wrong. But that wasn't the only place people went to. Some viewers took to his Twitch stream to talk about the subject.
Am I going to apologize for only looking at one side of the story on the Sir Winter story? So apparently that's what that's about. Did any of you even watch the video? I never even said his name. I didn't even know Sir Winter was in it. I had no fucking clue. But all of a sudden, Sir Winter as well also got really offended as if I called him out, and I had no idea he was even involved in the server drama.
I definitely wasn't offended. I was actually more putting my head between my legs and kissing my ass goodbye. After all, this was my first ever big controversy and I was at the center of it.
So what do you mean apologize? I never said anything to him or about him. Like, I don't know what the that whole side art